Oh, gotta recapture it though. Huzzah! Oh god, it's huge. I can get Hex Chat opened up real quick though. All right, so we can minimize that for right now. Am gonna take a real quick restroom break first. Had to recapture them all. So I'll be back in just a second. All right. We're back with the Warriors of Cheese. Okay, so we just got our boat. I'm probably going to get my ass kicked if I head out onto the open sea. So I think it'd be better if we did a little bit more grinding out here. Hold on, what do I have my boost set at? Just 2x? Okay. 2x will be more than enough. Please target someone else. He's dead, isn't he? And that's why I would like at least one more level, if not two. Otherwise, I'm going to be running away from every single encounter on the boat. Okay, so I would need to be heading down south. Can we just get back to Cornelia? Yep. I was kind of worried about these encounters. Not if it's a preemptive strike. Mostly just want to be by Cornelia because of the cheaper inns. Even though I'm making a lot of money. Cornelia does have the cheapest inn in the entire game, so might as well take advantage of it. But the enemies around here aren't particularly strong, and they don't give great experience. So save the game, and we head down south as fast as possible and try not to run into anything. Oh, this is good, though. Another preemptive strike. The high seas is really only dangerous if you run into, like, big groups of enemies. We're getting experience pretty quickly, so don't have to worry that much. One step. Please target someone else. Actually, this town might be the one that sells the spell that I need. Ah, damn it. I don't think it's a white spell. I thought it was a black spell. Good one. Alright, your weapons suck. We have an armory over there. Everyone knows not to attack Gouda. Oh, I just had to say something, didn't I? Castle should just be up here, right? Yeah. Marsh Cave. I'm assuming this little storeroom over here is locked by the Mystic Key. Yep. Get my hands on that key. The Marsh Cave, I think, is at the very south. Like, southernmost tip of this island. There it is. Why not? Alright, that's the way we need to go. But I want to go up there. So we're already one-shotting a bunch of enemies. It's the other color of slime that I need to be worried about. But I've got some uses of fire, so I'm pretty sure we're good. Okay, so we've got 3 rooms to look at. I figured I was gonna get poisoned. Thankfully, we have lots of antidotes. These are the slimes I need to worry about. Yeah, because they're strong against physical attacks. Apparently they don't give a shit about lightning either. A lot of money. Didn't want to use a cast of fire there, but I'm the idiot. This means I should probably already consider going back to town. Just to refill on my casts of fire. Really should have given both of my guys fire. Only got 2 more casts. I'm gonna be running into more than just 2 encounters that have green slimes, though. And the extra little bit of experience I'll be getting on my way to and fro from the town will also help. I don't know if that's worth it. I do have 3 casts of that, though. Really, it'd be better for me to just go back to the first town and have Cheddar learn fire. So I actually think I'm going to do that. Should be able to make it back to Cornelia on the amount of health that I've got. As long as I keep running into encounters like that. Can't find the door. Have to stop running. I could honestly probably teach fire to both of them too. Or, thunder. I am a little upset that they can't learn Dia. Excuse me. Now I have effectively doubled my casts of fire. And I have enough money, it'd probably be a good idea to buy some sleeping bags. Just so I can heal up right outside the dungeon. It's 14,000. A whole bunch of those. Get a bunch more of those. Fully stock myself up in potions. Like 10 Phoenix Downs just in case. Get like 10 ethers. Max out antidotes. Spend the rest on sleeping bags. Alright, we're good to go now. Quit biting my cheese! I have a whole bunch of sleeping bags, so I'm just gonna use them. Alright, now we go. There's nothing up there. No, my provolone. Hey, hey, here they are. Broadsword. Really surprised he didn't get poisoned there. Okay, so the middle two don't have anything. That's the room I need. And then I can't get into the bottom rooms just yet because those are all locked by the Mystic Key. And I'm pretty sure that chest is guarded by Mind Flayers. I think in this game they're called Pisca Demons. Maybe some of the palette swaps are called Mind Flayers. They poisoned my Pepperjack. Nope, there's nothing in that one, and there's nothing in the next one. Damn, dude, Pepperjack is taking a beating. Maune. Here it's just the last two. Alright, here we go. Yep, Pisca Demon. He's fucking dead. He's fucking dead. This is fucking bad. One of, as long as one of them hits, I might be. Yep, I'm dead. Damn. No, I am not gonna retry from that data. I am gonna have to get myself another level or two before I go back in there and try that. What I probably should have done is started from that save data and then walked out. Now that I think of it. I can still do that, actually. Wasn't really expecting to get my ass kicked that hard. This early on, when that many Pisca demons focus on one of your party members, there's not really much you can do. If I have to end up desyncing my experience levels for these characters, then fine. I don't normally like doing that. I like having everyone level at the same time. Sometimes it is just not in the cards. So I'll use a sleeping bag, put down another hard save right here, and then in the intermission, we can jump right back in. So cut that out. Let's get some Poppy Bros going. Get some rainwave going. Get some requests going. I don't see a race channel. Oh my god. SD card, please. Need to cut my thumbnail on my left hand. Oh, good. There we go. Let's get the keyboard put into a more reasonable position. Get the chair slightly more focused on my CRT. Stop the oscillation of my fan. Let's look at this dumb thing. See what else is going on in the world. Yo, Murph is streaming. He's streaming Sworn with PJ. I'm gonna have to catch the VOD later. Oh boy. There's new Rockstar's breakdown of Supergirl. I have not heard anything good about that movie. It's only slightly surprising. I don't know if I actually want to be this dumb thing. But you know what? I haven't played as it in a very long time, so I guess I might as well. I haven't heard anything from Firebat. I do still have a timer available if I need to do a solo run. Alright, I am back. Yo, what's up, Firebat? Alright, where the hell is my Wii remote? Okay, this isn't one of those weird ROMs. I think Kirby's Epic Yarn might be the most recent Kirby game I've played. Rainwave has me thinking about this. So I think I have Return to Dreamland, but I don't think I've played that one yet. I think the last Kirby game that I played for the quote-unquote first time was probably Superstar Deluxe. You know, that's largely just a remake of Kirby Superstar, so... Get my good luck and have fun cut and copied right now. Go ahead and actually get ready here. Look good, have fun. Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. So while the FF6 music is still playing, I am definitely ready for another playthrough of that game already. It's easily my favorite Final Fantasy and one of my favorite Super Nintendo games in general. The biggest thing about the Pixel remake is just having to get used to the new names that everything has. Also, I was farming Celestriads / economizers at the Coliseum, and I ended up farming way too many because I forgot that you only get one of the gem box items. Like, I think the only way to get multiple gem boxes is if you're playing on either the Game Boy Advance version or the Steam version that's not the Pixel remaster. And I don't own that version of the game. And I don't really want to play the Game Boy Advance version. So I think there is most likely just going to be an increased likelihood of more Kefka and Arsh randomizer runs, because those are always fun. I just need to start messing with that randomizer again and see if I can get the goofy ROMs that I used to get, where I had multiple, whoops, one early, had multiple wacky commands that I didn't know what they did. Jump button, please. The other thing is, it was either last night or the night before. I think it was just last night. I actually loaded up Final Fantasy II and started messing around with that more than I have in the past. And that game's experience system, I don't really know if I like it. You gain experience and skill points in a million different ways for a million different things, and it just seems like it's a lot to take in. And I've just, I've only put in like 30 or 40 minutes, haven't played that long into it. But I don't know, I'm not really, sold on it quite yet. That being said, I am going to keep putting little bits and bobs of time into it off stream just to see how I feel about it. So far, it hasn't, nice. Hasn't really given me a reason. Just as of yet. The game that has given me a reason to be intrigued and want to continue is the game that Ponk and I started earlier tonight, Baldur's Gate 3. Again, I don't think my computer would be able to run that game on its own, so having the remote play functionality is really nice. But yeah, I was completely blind going into Baldur's Gate 3. I thought I had seen a video of the game previously, but it turns out that was some other more action-oriented RPG that I was thinking of. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Keep drifting too much on some of these falls. But yeah, I haven't really run into anything after our first session of Baldur's Gate 3 that I don't really kind of like. I mean, it does kind of play like a tactics RPG, which, I mean, I'm fine with. But, like, for some odd reason, I thought it was going to be more of a, an action RPG. And not necessarily turn-based, but I appreciate the hell out of that. I always prefer turn-based games just because it gives me more time to wrap my head around a situation. I might have to do a little bit of editing during character creation, because as Ponk was customizing his character, I was reminded of the fact that you can have your character pose with no clothing on. So that's gonna have to get edited out, pretty sure. Yeah. As we only go for like 3 hours tops. I definitely expect for this one to be a very extended playthrough. This is going to take us several sessions to get through that one, but I'm enjoying it so far. I do like the fact that they give you additional party members that can be controlled by player 1 or player 2. It's probably going to take me a little while to get used to the controls in it. Just because, like, all of the different menus function in different ways from RPGs that I'm used to. But I'm excited for it. It should be a lot of fun. Come on, big boy. Get up. Yeah, biff that second one. And of course, as followers of either my Twitch channel or my YouTube channel, did do a couple of my couple of smaller games in my Steam library a couple nights ago. Sword and Bones and Murray. Murray is the Apogee style run and gun, very much in the same vein as like the original Duke Nukem games. And Sword and Bones, still kind of trying to figure out the right way to categorize that game. Because it's not really a puzzle platformer. I mean, there's not really a whole lot of puzzling to it. It's kind of like those... It is kind of broken down like a puzzle game, where most of the levels were just like one screen. It's like maybe it's like a combat puzzle platformer, where the puzzle part is figuring out how to deal with the combat situations. Whole lot of short-term memory involved in that game. But again, I was pleasantly surprised by the experience. Didn't really know what I was getting myself into when I decided to play it. Oh my god, stop running into every fucking enemy on the map, dude. I would like to do more random streams like that. I feel like I always say that every week. But as per usual, it's getting the stars of free time and motivation to line up on any given night. Oops. Of course, there's hundreds of games in my Steam library and in my physical games library that I'd really like to get to, so at some point it just needs to be like, I just need to pick a night once or twice a week. Just do like what I do with the races here. I just spend like 3 or 4 hours at night putting time into something. Not even gonna bother. Just take the next fucking room. Jump? Nope. Hi, Bane. Oh, come on. Let's go. Mr. Krabs! And we got the Oklahoma. All right, let's go. That's too early. That's too early. That's too early. That's too early. Yep. Fuck, that's too early again. And I keep hitting fucking flames. Yeah, all in all, not exactly a really action-packed week for me. None of my favorite channels on YouTube have come out with any more big, long, multi-hour videos. I am still waiting patiently for my dude Jeweler to put together his retrospective on Elder Scrolls Battlespire. I have been watching his old VODs of his initial playthrough and note taking, because Battlespire is an interesting game. Man, this fucking controller. Come on, man. There we go. I had kind of been thinking about the next couple of random games to play on stream. And the only thing is I just don't know how long it's going to take to get through any of them. That was the one thing I liked about Murray, is seeing there were only like 4 chapters in the game, and then each chapter had 4 stages and then a boss. So I knew it wasn't going to take that long to get through. But with some of the other games that I'd like to play on stream, I just don't know if it's going to be a 1-sitting thing, a 2-sitting thing. Should probably just not give that much of a shit and just dive into something for a couple hours one of these nights. I also have a lot of games in my Steam library that are well under a gig in size. Also quite a few that are under 100 megabytes in size that look like they would be a lot of fun. But once again, before going into games, I usually like to have an idea of how long they're going to be. And usually Steam store pages, maybe not usually, but for a lot of these games, they'll go ahead and say, like how many levels long the game is. And you don't get that with everything. Some of the smaller games that I have that are like first-person shooters, if I know they're only going to be like 2 hours long tops, then that's one thing. But if I'm getting into something that's going to have way more levels than I think it would have, next thing you know, I'm spending multiple nights and multiple sessions just to get through a single thing. It's one of the reasons why I was surprised pleasantly by Sword and Bones, because even though it ended up having like 40 or 50 some odd levels, each individual level was like super short. And then there are other games I've got where I'd be really surprised if they were only like 2 or 3 hours long. It's like, no, some of these seem like they'd take closer to like 8 to 10 to get through. But sometimes, if the gameplay is engaging enough, then I don't mind it being that long. It's just I have a bad habit of making playthroughs take a lot longer than they need to be. One game in particular that I am currently doing that with, that I need to get back at, is Hellpoint. The thing with that game is, it's Souls-like, and those kind of games are just intimidating to me because I am baby. And if and when I ever get back to that game, there's going to be a huge reacclimation process just to remember how to play it. And also the fact that I'm admittedly not very far into that game, and I've had one boss test my patience almost to the absolute limit because I didn't know of a better way to fight him. And then I had to get lucky with another boss because he just ended up jumping out of the arena to his death. The one thing I will say about Hellpoint is it is a fun game. And I think the sci-fi aesthetic really helps it out. Maybe I should say that it helps me out. One of the games that I definitely need to find either like an actual list of how many levels are in the game or like an estimated playthrough length is Ion Fury. I've mentioned this game a couple times over the past weeks and months. But Ion Fury is definitely an FPS that checks all the boxes for me. With that in mind, I should probably also do the same thing for Warhammer 40k bolt gun. Maybe toss in some more casual streams of stuff like Sworn and TMNT Splintered Fate. There's also been more recent stuff like Skull Horde that I haven't even checked out yet. Vital Shell, which I have loved every moment that I have spent playing that game. You dead? There's, of course, the one game that I feel like I always mention when I talk about games that I want to get into. I just don't know how long they're going to be. Is that Record of Lodoss War, Deedlit, and Wonder Labyrinth. I seem to remember seeing that, like, the speed run of that game was really short. Like, less than an hour. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong, or maybe there's, like, big skips in that game that I, of course, don't know about because I haven't watched any of the runs. Then there's just a laundry list of games that I really should have played by now. Like big indie games that seemingly have kind of been out of the spotlight for a number of years. Stuff like Dust and Elysian Tale or Bastion. A lot of stuff like that I still really need to get to because, again, it's just, they feel like games that I should have already played by this point. Never got around to it back in the day. And we got Firebat taken first with a 48-34. GG. Okay. It also doesn't help that we live in an era where video game developers just want to keep remaking old popular games. Shit. Yep. Fired too many times. Speaking of endless remakes, I have seen a little bit of the new Star Fox remake, and it looks pretty, but it's just Star Fox 64 again. Like the third time they've remade Star Fox 64. Maybe I should say it's the third time they've made Star Fox 64. Alright, here we go. Although, there was that one game that I've seen recently, and I don't remember the name of it. But I know exactly where I can go to find the name of the game that I'm thinking about. My dude here on Twitch, Captain Clever, has been playing this game recently enough that I should be able to find a VOD or two of the thing I'm thinking of. It's some kind of like horror-themed retro-style run and gun. $56.46. This is going to be a really high 58 or a really low 59. I guess the best way for someone like me to actually know about new and upcoming games is to just check Steam. because the kind of games that I want to play aren't being made by like major developers anymore. Because they all seem to think that it's up to them to push visual fidelity and graphical requirements in video games. 58-59 GG. Can't be a much higher 58 than that. GG, GG. Thank you for the race. Okay, so real quick. Head over to Captain Clever. Oh, he's actually playing the game I was thinking of. It's called Haunted Lands. That game looks real good. Actually, let me open up Steam real quick. It is the summer sale currently. Oh, Haunted Lands is $4.01 currently. Which isn't that much off. Its base price is only $6. Once again, Metro Last Light Redux. It's down to 99 cents. Starting to think I just need to pick that game up just for the hell of it. Yo, Wreckfest! It's only $3. Air Force. You know, and Stubbs the Zombie and Rebel Without a Pulse is only $2? On one hand, I don't want to buy that game a second time because I already have it on the original Xbox, but my original Xbox doesn't work right now. The Disney Afternoon Collection is only $3. The only reason I would want to get that, though, is for DuckTales 2 and for Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers 2. I've already got the first ones. I don't exactly feel like replaying Darkwing Duck, and I'm not really sold on Tailspin. Yo, the Smile game builder is only $14. Ah, yes, the other game that fits into the category of I really should have played this by now is Ori and the Blind Forest. Yo, Dragon View is $1.60. Let's go. And of course, for all of these games I haven't played yet, I keep overlooking one of the big ones that I was excited about, which was Grounded. I haven't even booted that game up yet, and I really need to. And I think that the game that we have music from currently, Garden Story, pretty sure that's on my wish list. That being said, we are going to be pausing Rainwave. We're going to find my Poppy Bros. And we are going to get back into Final Fantasy for a little bit. The most 58 ever born and bred. That's right. The only way it could be more of a 58 is if it was a 58-58. That might not make sense, but don't worry about it. Okay. Do I have that cottage? I do not. Because I got that cottage in the bottom floor of the dungeon, then I got wiped by Pisca demons. Well, both of them already have broadswords. Well, let's just head back in. Really only just need like another couple of levels before taking on the Pisca demons again. And I think I might be getting more of it if I walked back to town and then walked back here. Just to refresh my uses of fire. And I have enough gil, I could teach these guys Fira. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not remembering which town I get haste in. It's got to be the next one after Elfheim. Should be the 4th town in the game. I'd like for Pepperjack to get at least another level of good HP. Yeah, 100 gil per night compared to Cornelia, which is only 30. Seems like a little bit of a ripoff. I'm about to swap Gouda up to the top spot. Yeah, I'm hoping we get another level up before we get down to the bottom floor. Even then, I'm probably going to go open those other chests first. And then take on the Pisca Demons. It's just, even with another, like, level or two, if the Pisca Demons decide to stack all of their attacks on one of my characters, there's nothing I can do about it, and that guy's most likely dead. damage just stacks up so quickly in this. Obviously, in this early stage of the game, it is a lot more noticeable. Okay, it's that one. If I can find more gray oozes, that'd be nice. Those things pump out experience. Quest to play more games this year. Picked up Roller Coaster Tycoon, Open RCT2 specifically. Very nice. I'm poisoned. Yeah, I never really got into like any of the Tycoon games. I've seen plenty of videos, people having lots of fun with them, but I don't know, just never really given them a shot. Burn them to the ground! Man, I am really close to another level up. I think I just want to... I want to exit this level and come back to it so that I have an autosave. Damn, Cheddar hit 200 HP before Pepperjack? What is that dude's fucking fault? Gotta be one of the least sturdy monks I've ever used in this game. And the monk is the class you want to use if you want to trivialize combat in this game at a certain point. Monks just do so much damage. Just get a couple levels under their belt, and they're wrecking face across the board. Here we go. They're spreading the love. Damn it. Okay, we should have this by now. Yep. All right. Could be pretty smooth sailing for the rest of our time here. Especially if I keep getting preemptive strikes. Good so far. Definitely sucked a lot more when I was a kid. Building coasters is fun, but everything I build is a puke generator with 11 out of 10 intensity. Yeah, I see myself doing stuff like that. Or a crash, depending on the coaster type. Building sandbox, use the pre-mades when you want to win. I'm trying to think, the last video I saw was like someone trying to make roller coasters that would take like an entire year to cycle once. Which I don't think is that hard to do. Make some interesting videos and some to make you question his use of time. Or Salvos. Joey, the ones where he goes in over the deeper mechanics. Might have to check that out. Well, I should probably also save the game. Level up. There's Pepperjack getting over 200. I'm not going to get another level before I get up to the castle, so... Make sure everyone's as healed up as they need to be. Mwahahaha. That could be problems. Could be, but it won't be. Beat the brakes off that dude. That... I'm pretty sure, unless this one guy was playing a different roller coaster game, it was either the Spiffing Brit or Zisto. I don't think Zisto has a whole lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon videos. He definitely has a couple. And Spiff, I think, might have been playing a different roller coaster game than RCT. Or he was playing a newer one. Three or four videos about stupidly long coasters are some of his most popular. This is what happens when your game isn't built for speedrunning. Say that, but I did speedrun 2 stages after his easiest scenarios video. Nice. Can I save? Let's save again. Alright, so I need to head back up to Cornelia. At this point, as long as I fight every battle, I think I'm past the difficulty curve. Power threshold. There we go, that's the phrase I was looking for. So I think I still have a couple things to do before I get the nitro powder. Well, I walked into this one. Say, this could have been issues if the big eye would have decided to use hold on me. Keeping an eye on my time now, because it is past 10:30. Okay, I think I do need to take the boat. Yeah, if my monks are already one-shotting sharks, then I'm past the power threshold. Jolt tonic! Just need to get back down to Elfheim. Well, shit. Oh, Gaze is the name of that move. Yeah, that's the one I need to be concerned about. Thankfully, he's an idiot and tried to cast it on someone that already had a cast on him. And it goes away after battle. The Mystic Key! Oh, I'm rich as hell. Okay, I think there is... Yeah, there's a storehouse up here. None of it I can use, but you know, it's nice to have. I think I might save... Save the revisit to Marsh Cave until next time. The important thing for me to pick up is in Cornelia. And I think all of the things that are at the bottom of Marsh Cave are just kind of inconsequential. Potions and sleeping bags and other items I can just spend money on at the stores. Whereas this is the big thing I need. And yeah, that's it for here. Here we go. Nitro powder. Is set tableau. Yes. The real question is, do I think I can get to the next town? I should be able to. So yeah, the next town is just right here. And now please tell me that Melmond is the place where I get my spell. Really thought it was a black spell. Ow. I am just... I thought I picked this spell up well before now. Guess I'm wrong. Get outfitted at least. Stay at the inn. Save my game. So, the other thing I can do, besides the chain of events on this part of the landmass, I can sail off to the left, reappear on the right side of the screen, and go to the town by the Crescent Lake, which I believe is like the final town in the game. I know there's another town that you end up going to that's on the northwest landmass. Well, there's actually one city on each of the northern landmasses, but... Okay, so Crescent isn't the last town in the game. But you're definitely not supposed to go there at this point. You're supposed to do the stuff that's here first. And then either using either Elfheim or Crescent as your base of operations. You've got the Fire Temple. It's down in those waterways. But I want to go down there first because they sell some really good weaponry. And I think they have some pretty good armor as well. And I think that might be where I can buy Haste. And Haste is the spell that absolutely tears through bosses in this game. My controller is not responding. There we go. All right, save the game again. Get Poppy Bros back up here. Get Rainwave going again. Get some more requests put in. Join the race channel. Try dot join. Yeah, for a long stretch of time, I wasn't really going out of my way to find new channels on YouTube. Until I recently dove down the fucking K-hole of VTuber reaction videos. A lot of the shit they talk about and a lot of the shit they react to, I do not give two fucks about. But a lot of them will react to Kentucky Ballistics videos, which I'm usually down to rewatch anything that Scott has put out. There's the Inspiragio channel that analyzes classic paintings throughout history. The game display. That dude just pops open the hex editor and just messes with old video games, and it's a lot of fun. And because of the couple of VTuber reaction channels that I've been watching lately, I've also been watching a lot of legal themed videos, a lot of courtroom stuff, idiotic defenses that people have the nerve to bring before a judge. I've also learned that people do not understand that local law is different than federal law. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. They think that federal law, like, supersedes local law. Which could not be further from the truth. Sprite can. Capture device is having issues. There we go. And I will be right back. Alright, this is not the right controller. What the fuck am I doing? I need this controller. Ah, damn it. Iron Blue Intention from Castlevania Bloodlines is on cooldown. Have to go with that other song they wanted me to have. Let me curate this just a little bit. Alright, we'll hope that we can get through that many. You wouldn't want to miss Real Work slogans. That's right, they're usually pretty good. Fun luck, have good. Thank you, Firebat, same to you. Three, 2, 1, let's go. Yo, Trails in the Sky. Man, if there's one video game you cannot reference by its acronym, it is Trails in the Sky. I think I have, like, the first Trails in the Sky game. I don't know if I have any of the other ones. Ridley Tail, please. Ah, 4240. And Crusher. Come on. We ate one too many missiles. I need to start doing Alcatraz the other way. Ritzer. Got him. Hell yeah. No supers, but we got him. Sprite Cranberry. Oh. Unripened cranberries. I'm like the Big K version of lemon lime soda. Give me that hat. Was one bridge early. Oh, Tales of Zestria. Nobody outvoted me. Nice. So, a while ago, I did kind of make the decision that I wanted Tales of Zestria to be the first Tales game that I played through. Because I've got like either 3 or 4 on console, and then I think I've got 2 others on Steam. It's just, I can never remember the titles of the games. I know I've got Tales of Xillia on PS3, and I feel like I've done this before. I have Tales of Xillia on PS3. I have Tales of Zestria and Tales of Berseria on Steam, and I think I have one other one. Now, the ones that I've got on PS2 or GameCube or Wii, I don't have such an easy time remembering. I'm pretty sure I have Tales of the Abyss. I have Tales of whatever the one is that has the kid that wears like the red jacket and has the big goofy head of brown hair. That seems to be like one of the most well-known ones too, and I can just never remember the name of it. But I remember reading reviews about Tales of Zestria, and people like not liking it because it didn't have a crazy anime-ass over-the-top storyline. And I'm just like, I don't know, man, that sounds like a good place for me to jump into the series. You mean a storyline that's not completely convoluted and actually somewhat easy to follow? Might actually enjoy this. But yeah, I can never remember all of the titles of the Tales games, or how many of them that I actually have. I know I have Tales of Xillia, because that was the first one that I remember watching years ago. Someone who I think... I'll have to double check the website, but I'm pretty sure this person was like one of the people that helped start Speedruns Live. And I just remember watching them play through Tales of Xillia and being very entertained. Like, I don't know if he's still on the staff at SRL, but I thought I remembered seeing his name on some page on the site talking about you know, the people that helped get the site going in the first place. I have to double check if I can even still find that page. I haven't done anything on SRL except obviously the races and then checking my own stats in like years. But I remember Tales of Xillia because, and that other reason I remember it, besides having seen a lot of it, is that it's one of the very few games that I have on PlayStation 3. And I know I have at least Zestria and Berseria on Steam. But yeah, once it comes to like the PS2 or the Wii or the GameCube, I have an incredibly hard time remembering which ones I've actually got. But I actually remember playing a little ways into Tales of Zestria. Like, I think I got through the tutorial dungeon at the very beginning of the game, but I don't think I did much besides that, if anything. So I only have, you know, secondhand accounts of the story of that game. Fast first round. Slow third round, or slow second round. And a fast reappear. And then I jumped too late, so I just got to hit him with the big boy shot. Probably just finish him with missiles at this point. Yep. Hey, I name dropped this game during the 9 as one of the games that I really should have played through by this point. The one thing I've always known about Bastion is that it has a really, really good soundtrack. What other big dumb RPGs do I have? that I'm probably never going to end up playing through because they're intimidatingly long. Oh yeah, the Suikoden series. I'm pretty sure I have every Suikoden game except for 2. Because Suikoden 2 is, like, unreasonably expensive. But the used game store on one of my trips out there years ago had like 3, 4, 5, and Tactics. So, you know, I spent a bit of money. And I ended up getting Suikoden 1 from a different used game store in town. But it is safe to say that I did my part in draining every interesting title from the shelves of the local used game stores. I've gone in there recently, and the only stuff they have anymore on PS2 is just like old sports titles and World Series of Poker. Britney's Dance Beat, you know? Shit that you couldn't convince me to buy from a discount bin. Now don't get me wrong, there's a couple of the old sports titles that, you know, I'd like to have. Primarily because my Xbox doesn't fucking work. Like, if I could get my hands on a copy of NBA Live 2005, I'd like that just because it has the slam dunk contest, and you can have 4 AI players in the slam dunk contest against each other. It was something I used to do for race night intermissions quite frequently. But I've already got my preferred iterations of Madden NFL and NBA Live. So the only reason I would want another old NBA Live game is just for the slam dunk contest. Jump, dummy. And honestly, it got to a point with NBA Live and Madden NFL where it was just like, how many points can I score in the shortest possible quarters, and how low can I keep the score of the opposing team? You know, it gets to the point where I'm playing 3/4 of the game with just my defense in Madden, and in NBA Live, I used to have such great timing on blocking shots that it was just, there was nothing to it to keep my opponents completely scoreless for at least half the game. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I definitely have won a game of Madden against the computer by a score of 100 and something to 0. Because I would be running back kickoffs, I'd be running back punts, I'd be getting interceptions, I'd be recovering fumbles. And then when my offense would get on the field, they'd be on the field for like 2 or 3 plays, if that. Because I'd hit some big pass or I'd break some ungodly long run. Was guy that played running back for the New York Giants named it was Brandon Jacobs. And he was one of like the stronger running backs in the game. So it would be nothing for him to just break like 2 or 3 tackles on a running play. Like, he's not very fast, but if you get in front of him, you better hope that I don't time that hit stick right. Otherwise, I'm going through your ass. And the thing is about Devin Hester and Brandon Jacobs, for the year of Madden that I had, in fantasy drafts, those guys were always available. Those guys were never taken in the first, like, handful of rounds. I used to have the fucking fantasy draft all figured out, and I'd play it backwards, where, you know, in the first round, everybody's taking quarterbacks, running backs, a couple people taking some wide receivers, maybe. I'd take my defense for the first couple of rounds, because nobody was selecting defensive players in like the first 3 or 4 rounds of a fantasy draft. So I'd be like, yeah, give me the best defensive ends in the entire game. You know, give me a couple of good linebackers. Give me at least one really good cornerback. And because of how I planned the fantasy draft around what the computer was doing, I always ended up having one of the best defenses in the fantasy league. Because I didn't need good offensive players. Any of the offensive players that I had were going to get better as the season or as the seasons went on. Whereas on the other hand, you need some of the best defensive players in the game if you want to get big numbers of interceptions, you want to get big numbers of sacks, you want to be able to bring people down without having more than one person hitting them. I never really got that much strategy in NBA Live. Never really did a whole lot of fantasy drafts in that game. I did a couple. Oh no! Not the dot quit. But then, once the PS3 came out, and I tried playing Madden on that system, I noticed something right off the bat. And that was this feature that EA Sports felt so fucking proud about that it was like on the back of the case as one of the brand new features to the game. And I don't even remember what they called it. It was effectively your running back, for example. Your running back wouldn't utilize his turbo or utilize his hit stick when you wanted him to. He would turn on the gas when he thought it was appropriate. He would try to break a tackle when he thought it was appropriate. And I said, what the fuck? You're bragging about taking control out of the player's hands? What good is that? It seemed like the most counterintuitive thing to me at the time. Like, why would I want the AI deciding when my player should or should not take certain actions? I don't know how that shot missed, but I know my reaction to it was inadequate. Dang. But yeah, thankfully, in the iterations of Madden that I did play on PS3, that was a feature you could actively turn off. And I'd show my friends at the time, like, hey, check this out. See this nifty little feature? Let's just turn that off. And they hit a running play in a game we were playing. They're like, oh yeah, I've actually got control of him again. Instead of just saying which direction he should run, you're like, no, now I've got the hit stick back. Now I've got my jukes. Now I've got the turbo buttons. I mean, all that does is artificially increase the value of players that already have good stats. Shouldn't need to artificially increase their value. Could actually balance the game around the statistics. And it's like, oh, well, if this guy's got a strength rating of such and such, he shouldn't just be able to break 1,000,000 tackles and tell, you know, like 5 different people on one running play, you ain't bringing me down, sucker. Are you dead? No. Should be dead now. Although I do remember, um, with my NBA Live fantasy franchise, I had played so many years of that franchise that my team was nothing but computer-generated rookies. Or, you know, characters that are not real-life people. They're 100% created by the game. And, you know, I got some of them to be pretty damn good. And then I'd switch teams. You know, okay, been the Pacers for long enough. Let's go control the San Antonio Spurs. And let's go control the Seattle Supersonics back when they were a thing. Let's control the Minnesota Timberwolves. Let's go control this team or that team. And that was really the fun part of that. Was, seeing how I could get these, like, no-name players to all-star status within, like, 2 seasons. And it's not hard to do. The big thing is you have to have really good timing on your blocking, and you have to know to get into the double team animation, because there's like a set animation when you double team an offender, and if you hold them in that animation until it finishes, they will drop the ball 100% of the time. But that's if they get to the end of that animation. A lot of times they'll still be able to pull up and shoot. A lot of times they'll still be able to pass the ball. And it was not as easy in NBA Live to keep the opposing team scoreless. Be damned if they break 30 fucking points, though. I think that was... The one I'm talking about in particular, I'm pretty sure is NBA Live 2004 that had Vince Carter on the cover. Yeah, because NBA Live 2005 was the one with the dunk contest, and it had Carmelo Anthony on the cover, back when he played for Denver. Yeah, the first decade of the 2000s, definitely when I decided to start paying attention to sports. I mean, I was paying attention in like the mid to late 90s, because I was collecting the Fleer Ultra NBA trading cards at the time. So I could tell you like 1 or 2 people on every team in the NBA as a kid. But then when Michael Jordan came back from minor league baseball, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start watching this shit. And then lo and behold, they just fucking won championships. Much to my dismay one year. Only person in my town rooting for the Seattle Sonics to win the NBA Finals that year. Boy, I am really not liking my super count right now. I'm gonna have to start killing these things with missiles. And even that's not helping that much because it's wanting to refill my missiles. And I didn't get a single super from the last group of 3. But I'm pretty sure the cutoff is 20 and 7. You just need to do refills. So I should still be good. There we go. Oh, no, that is the refill I need. Oh, nice. Good snipe. All right, let's do this. Get up, lazy. Otter. Good boy. Give me my dot Timmy. Square. $56.51. All things considered, still not a bad time. Just imagine how much better it would have been if I would have actually gotten Metroid drops and not fucked up my platforming so many damn times. Boing! Kill the frames. Frame the frames. To be fair, I might also be conflating the two runs already tonight. Get me in the boot. 59.01. 2 seconds off of my other run here tonight. Ooh, excuse me. Consistency. Not only was I 2 seconds off of my other run, but I actually finished both races. Sure is a big improvement over what it was last week. What would I get if I didn't fuck up my platforming? A 57? No, honestly, it's always just like something where I lose topped like 4 or 5 seconds. Just because I don't make a jump, and then in my attempt to land back on a platform, I end up doing the complete opposite and missing it and falling down even further. So between the initial drop and then having to climb my way back up, that's, what, 4 or 5 seconds? Yeah, Super Metroid has been getting the better of us for the past good couple of weeks. But on this night, I take a small measure of revenge. Me getting world record is like a dog chasing a car on the freeway. It's gonna try. Not very well. And eventually that car is just gonna be over the horizon and you're not gonna be able to see it anymore. Honestly, without learning new strategies and with just having a perfect run of my route, I don't know how much lower I can get. Like, I don't think I can cut 56. Air Force! Woke up a slight headache. Played really well in early game. Best pace at BT kill, E-tank and elevator, then missed crate, quick kill, and lost 35 seconds. Yeah, honestly, the lowest my route can go without me learning new stuff is a 55 something. Probably. Because even when I got my 56, it was a 5646. Even when I got that, I can still see a lot of slop in that run. So I know my time can still come down a little bit, but I don't exactly know by how much. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, yeah, the route could probably sub 50 if someone else was doing it. Because if someone else was doing it, they'd be more practiced at the game and more practiced at better strategies than me. I'd still say the big things that I need to add to my route are the Halfy and the Shine Spark kill on Dragon. And then getting Blue Suit, and then getting the Halfy on the way back. If I could just do those Meridia Sparks, that would cut so much time. But I don't know. We'll just say I'm better at this game than my skill level would lead you to believe. I think that's a good way to put it. You know what else is a good way to put it? We did it. Knowledge is power. And power is we did it. Let's take a look at my numbers while I stretch to get the song after this to play on Rainwave. So once this race gets recorded, this will be the 50th time I have gotten first in a race. I have not gotten first in any other race I've had besides Super Metroid. God, my brief couple of weeks in 2017 when I raced Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. For one reason or another, even though we had a regular day and a regular time, just like we do for Super Metroid, some weeks I would show up and I'd be the only person there, and I'm like, what the fuck? Because at the time, there were at least, like 5 other people, at least, that were doing Mystic Quest races at the time. And I'm pretty sure that my 246.35 is still my record for Mystic Quest. And we're sitting at, well, we're going to be sitting at 975 Super Metroid races with 54 forfeits. I'm going to have to do a lot of quitting to actually get a bad ratio on that. I've got to stretch for another full fucking minute? I don't think I can do that. So instead, I will simply say that that's going to wrap things up for me this week. Yeah, by SM standards, I do have a really good forfeit rate. It's super low. But again, that's why I put in safety strats more than what I used to use. Because I used to go with just 3 E-tanks. I think that's really the big thing. I think I also used to skip Screw Attack. And I actually used to do lower Norfair like you're fucking supposed to. But I was really bad at it. I mean, on the page, it's easy enough for me to just click on Super Metroid and get my stats for that game. But also, I really did want to do Mystic Quest speedruns, because I really like Mystic Quest. I thought it would be a great way to play through the game on a weekly basis. I got pretty good luck in one of the later dungeons that's pretty RNG heavy. And I got my 246, and I'm kind of satisfied with that. The big thing I picked up from speedrunning Mystic Quest is how to duplicate items. Because duplicating items in Mystic Quest is so stupidly easy that you could very, very easily accidentally do it. Yeah, I would need to work on Ridley, and I'd have to drop Screw Attack. Unless I wanted to do GT. Unless, not GT. GGG. But even then... I think... Lower Norfair is where I'd have all my problems. Three Musketeers would actually be an issue for me, because then I can't just use Screw Attack. Do I still have my SM notebook in my stack over here? Oh, I do. Because I remember writing down a list of, like, strategies I was going to have to learn or things I was going to have to drop. Yeah, Wrecked Ship Supers, Crab Supers, Batwoon E-Tank, Screw Attack. And I already skipped the Ridley E-Tank. Yeah, one of the... Before I actually started timing with a timer, when I was just going off of game time, the very first run that I recorded was a 1:16 in-game. It wasn't until like 5 runs later I actually recorded my real time, which was a 1:17:15. And then I'm seeing a lot of 110, 19, 106, 18, 15. What to try next? Keep practicing Alcatraz, skip Spazer, skip Batwoon E-Tank, damage boosting, new Parade Quit Kill, and sub 54 strats. Not exactly sure what that means. But then once I hit a real time of 58:14, it looks like I stopped recording stuff in this notebook. I lied. Apparently I have a 57:15 recorded. And I think this is my Series Escape PB of a 44:68 that I have recorded. Why I'm glad that I write this shit down and I keep these notebooks handy. See, I was getting relatively good times just from having watched Garrison and MS and Cassius as much as I did. But I would be so hesitant and so tentative in my movements that, you know, I was just like, okay, I know I got this. It just is going to take reps. And then, of course, the night that it actually happened, I do the 2 runs, and then I'm immediately just like, I need to do another one right now. And that's when I cut the 1 for the first time. Anyways. Big thank you goes out to Ponk for hanging out earlier tonight with our remote play session of Baldur's Gate 3. Absolutely having a blast with that game so far. Really kind of glad that I didn't go and watch any actual videos on it, as I was delightfully surprised by base mechanics of the game. You know, I was happy to see that it's turn-based. I was happy to see all of the dice roll checks. It's just, you know, I don't need such high graphical fidelity on my games. But that's a personal preference. And of course, a big thank you to Insane Firebat for the Super Metroid races here tonight. Good fun was had. Fun luck and good have. And we will be back next week to do it all over again. Yeah, we got a vanilla GLHF. Nice. And for everybody else, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And we'll catch you next time. See ya!